Welcome to the IPF World Championships live in Istanbul, Turkey. I am Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat, and I'm accompanied in the booth by none other than former junior world champion Gavin Aiden. Today we have the sub-junior 83 and junior 83 lifters. I'm going to give a quick shout out to our sponsors while I have a minute. Alico, whom's equipment you see on the platform now and is in the back of the warm-up room, the choice of world champions around the world today, and SBD, who sponsors several of the sport's biggest stars, as well as several of the national teams here at the IPF World Championships. A quick peek at the running order. You see the world's best well represented in this session. And to kick off this session, Omandem of the Netherlands, 175 for his opening squat. Smooth opener, Gavin. The back flights. The first flight being the sub-junior. The junior 83s, the heavily Britain's Nathan Galvao. 3 white lights is on the board. Joshua Voetin of Netherlands, 190 kilos. Makes easy work of it. Yagiz of Turkey, local lifter, 190 kilos for his opening squat. Victor Hubacek from Czechia, 192.5 kilos. Smooth and easy getting. Vincent Lowe of Canada, 200 kilo even for his opening squat.
I actually got a chance to And man, honestly, like one of the nicest kids I've ever met. Truly, truly down to earth. Obviously,
His opening squat has 2 more attempts to get back on track. James West of Great Britain, 202.5 for his opening squat. Oh, wow. His balance.
From South Africa, Yanko, 205 kilos for Kruger.
Okay, so Team Canada's lift got overturned to being good. And if I'm Janko Kruger of South Africa, 205.
Good lift. Next lifter, Thomas from Czech Republic, 205 kilos, followed by Eero from Finland. The bar is loaded for Thomas.
Thomas Zaratnik. Zaratnicek. Set the clock for the lifter.
Good lift. Next lifter from Finland, Eero Mire, 205 kilos, followed by Isaac Manuel. The bar is loaded for Eero.
Eero of Finland, 205 kilos for his opening squat.
Good lift. Next lifter, Isaac Manuel from Great Britain.
Team Finland on the board.
Thomas McCarthy, 217.5 kilos, bar is loaded.
Isaac Manuel, 217.5 kilos for his opening squat. That's a strong opener. That was deep, Gavin.
most definitely was.
Leaving no doubt for the refs. 3 white lights.
Thomas McCarthy from Ireland, followed by Nawal Ramadi. kilos.
Tomas McCarthy, 202.5 kilos.
Good play. The next lifter. Bar is loaded.
$227.5 for Esteban, representing Costa Rica.
Two to one red though.
Not a good play.
A call, I guess we can't tell what
I
the
want to say
infraction is.
it might be depth though.
Bar.
Omendam of Netherlands, 185 for his second attempt.
Good play. 2-1. Next lifter from Canada. Charlie Campbell. 197.
12.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Good play. Next lifter, James West. The bar is loaded. 200.
On his opener, lost his balance at the lockout. Took it for a short walk and got it. Expecting James to be able to rebound and get this.
Next lifter, Joshua Watkins from Netherlands.
Joshua Voeten of Netherlands, 202.5 kilos loaded.
Bar is loaded.
Akilic, representing the host nation of Turkey, with 202.5 for his second attempt. Might have been a little bit of movement there in the hole, Gavin.
Yeah. His butt went straight back.
Victor Hubert from Czech Republic, 202.5. Followed by
Shot
Vincent
back,
from
yep.
Canada. Bar is loaded for Victor.
Back. Representing Czechia. Came into the competition with a 190 kilo personal best.
Good play. The next lifter, Vincent Lowe from Canada.
Just drops it nicely into the hole.
200 kilos. Now,
Still no major issues. And Vincent Lowe of Canada, 112.5 kilos for his second attempt. Depth was convincing.
good play. Bar is loaded for Thomas from Czech Republic, 212.5.
Tomas, 0.5 kilos. That's going to be borderline. Platform grabbing his right hamstring.
From South Africa, kilos.
Janko Kruger of South Africa, 200. Wow. 3 white lights, Gavin.
And I think it's because he has such a strong foundation that he actually didn't really break position.
How many kilo would you add on to that, given that's his second?
You know what, man? That's going to come down to how comfortable he is with getting under heavy weight. If he feels like, you know what, I don't care what's on the bar, I can grind it out, I'm confident, he can go up 5 kg. This is a squat, man. You either get it or you don't. You know, you got to grind through it. However, if he's not as confident, he can go up 2.5, I'd say.
Mira, Eero of Finland, 215.
Next lifter, Isaac Manuel from Great Britain. $227.5 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Isaac Manuel of Great Britain, 227.5. 10-kilo jump.
I think this would be a 5 kilo PR for him too, so hopefully he can get this.
Oh, depth was nice. And that was a nice squat.
Next lifter from Costa Rica, Esteban Navarro Granados, 227.
Check out that beautiful bar path. Depth on point. Esteban Navarro Granados of Costa Rica missed 227.5 in his opener, retaking that weight now. And that was on depth, not strength. He just needs to go a little bit deeper. He's convinced are the judges. They are.
Second round of last lifter, Thomas McCarthy from Ireland, 237.5 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Thomas McCarthy of Ireland, 137.5 kilos for his second attempt. $15-kilo jump from his opener.
Looks easy and good way.
3 white lights.
Dude, that was a massive, massive jump from his opener. And he smoked that. That was a 15, goes up to like 245, 247.5.
Bar is loaded, 190 kilos.
190 kilos loaded. Hurts. Did he hit depth though?
I'd give it to him.
Yeah.
107.5 kilos.
Joshua Voetten of Netherlands, 207.5 for his.
Victor from Czech Republic, 207.5 kilos.
Victor Hubacek. Barbell helicoptering a little bit, but not offering enough resistance.
Bar is loaded, followed by Yozakovich.
Carney Camden of Canada.
Good move, 2 to
2 to
1.
1, it's good. Looked a stitch high on this side, and that's the
Bar
side
is loaded for your move.
judge that gave him the red. Two to 1 does not pass. We'll take a look at the depth here. Yeah, it was on the line.
It's on the line. It's unfortunate because I think lifters who are built similarly to him are always going to struggle to hit depth simply because of their body structure. It definitely, you can tell just by looking at how his body responds to him hitting the hole that he really did kind of almost come close to bottoming out there. Powerlifting, after all, we do need to satisfy depth.
James.
Janko Kruger from South Africa, followed by Iro from Finland.
Janko Kruger of South Africa. Kilo jump from his second.
Iro Myra from Finland, followed by Vincent Lowe. Kilos,
Iro Mira from Finland. Jump from his second attempt, and that is a tall 83, Gavin.
120
Yep.
with that kind of frame. So
from Czech Republic. 220 kilos. Bar is loaded for racing.
Vincent Lowe of Canada.
Thomas Zahovic from Czech Republic, 220 kilos, bar is loaded, followed by Isaac Manning.
220 kilos for his third and final squat. 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Oh, almost 2 pauses on the way up. And wonder what happened there. Just a
just looked like
tightening
that
of the
bar.
back.
No, it looked like that bar was rolling back, and he's
Ah.
so hyperextended just based on how he squats that unfortunately I think it just was gonna roll all the way down.
Isaac Manuel. Isaac, even when the weight gets heavy, form does not break down.
Esteban Navarro Granados from Costa Rica, 245 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Esteban Granados of Costa Rica, 245 for his third and final squat. This is a decent jump. But he did miss his opener and 2 to 1, it's good. Ireland's Thomas McCarthy, 245 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Three white lights. So in the 83 kilo sub-junior class, representing Costa Rica taking the gold, Thomas McCarthy of Ireland taking into the first flight of this junior 83s, the 83s being cut into two. The bottom half of the nominations will encompass the first flight. The top half of the nominations will encompass the second flight.
All right, the bar is loaded for Michael from Team South Africa, 200.
Cool. What do you think, Gavin? What's your impression here? Hits depth right there
Yeah.
for an opening squat. I mean, that might just be a small misgroove or a small loss of tension.
We'll find out soon enough. Definitely no question there on depth.
Bar is loaded for left.
Now for Mert from Team Turkey to take 212.5 for his first squat attempt. There he is. For his first attempt, looks good to me.
And Gavin, as we see the lifters come out, some have a wider grip than
The most important thing when it comes to your grip width is that you're close enough so that you can create tons of tension in your upper back. But you want to be usually the broader the shoulder, the wider the grip. And again, you have to keep in mind, these guys have to train these movements, create some wear and tear on the joints and things that kind of keep them together, right? So they got to find a position that's not.
for mobility might be a dictator.
Ren Ishii from Team Japan now with looks good.
In the background there, we've seen her in the 63s.
Min from Team Norway with 230 kg on the bar for his opening squat attempt.
Wow. Kind of dive bombs it into the hole.
Loaded 230 kilos.
The bar is loaded. Kelrada.
Bootleg.
Three white lights, he's on the board.
Joeri Mentally from the Netherlands, 237.5 kilos.
237.5 kilo on the bar for his opener. Just one more opening squat on the flight before we enter our second round. Beautiful squat. It's not too far away from his current squat personal best of 245 kg. It's very possible.
Really when they could start making bigger jumps on their second and third attempts, start covering some ground, but you want to get on the board with your opener.
Absolutely.
Travel, the time change, and possible weight cut.
Juan Ignacio Albin from Team Uruguay taking 200.
Group B, this is the bottom half of the nominations, and as soon as we get through the 3 rounds of squatting here,
Thomas Moldava from Czech Republic.
is a 10-kilo jump. That said, I think he can manage it. This kid just absolutely smoked it. 2-1. Let's go, baby.
10 more kilos added to his total.
Bar is loaded for Thomas.
Pretty squat there from Thomas, representing Team Czechia. 3 white lights. As these lifters, particularly in the squat and the deadlift, from session to session.
Bar is loaded.
225 on the bar.
12.5 kilo jump for him.
Good play. All white. Congratulations. The next one, Brooke Allen.
Brock Allen now.
Ivan. 235. Bar is loaded.
Alex out.
Nicely, hits depth, keeps his chest up, bar path
Bar
bang
is
on.
loaded for Rada.
Small sticking point, but able to push through it.
237.5 kg on the bar for second. Yeah, this is tough, and that is significantly below his current squat personal best of 250. There are so many factors that play into an athlete's performance, but I am confident that he can come back strong and hit out a squat. Ren Ishii, Team Japan, taking 242.5. Great depth. That was a really, really strong squat from Ren. Solidifying it.
Bar is loaded. Johnson. From Norway.
18-kilo jump from his opener. Personal best is 248.5. Does this mean that he has a national record potentially?
It would mean he certainly broke one at some point.
Bar is loaded.
250 kg on the bar.
Bit of a sticking point there, but he pushes through it.
Ooh.
On depth. That effort.
Yeah.
The bar is loaded.
155 kg on the bar.
10 kilo. Oh, that was deep.
Wow, very strong.
And as junior 83s, a reminder, this is the bottom half of the nominations. Still to come, it's the top half of the nominations, were Eduardo Musacelli, Sean Jin, sleeper in the division, Suleiman from France, and of course, upcoming star, USA's Al.
Have Michael from Team South Africa kicking off our last round of attempts in the squat. Just a tad bit too much today. Czechia now, 222.5 kg on the bar for his third squat attempt.
Lights it is.
Matt Gibson, 230. The bar is loaded for Matt.
very strong. This
followed by Alex Elliott. Norway. Next lifter, Elliott Alex, Rhode Island, 240.
6 lifts remaining in this flight as we get closer and
on the bar for his third attempt. Push. Oh yeah.
let me see if I can see the infraction here. It's a 1 anyways.
Yeah, 2-1 anyways. Brock Allen, Team Canada, 242.5 on the bar for him.
Ren Ishii from Japan.
On the line for depth. And he emptied the tank on his third.
Bar is loaded.
247.5 on the bar. Just a 5-kilo jump from his second attempt. He's already, even from his squat opener, set a new person. Again, now he is looking to secure an additional 5 kg.
Oh.
Might have been just a little bit too much.
These junior 83s really pushing themselves in their third and final squat attempts.
Which is exactly what you want to see, because they'll definitely have to push themselves once they're in the open.
Simon Johnson, Millwall.
Current world champion in the open, Delaney Wallace, good friend of mine, will not let them win too easily, so now's a good time to practice.
Not without a fight, that is for sure.
Simon, Team Norway, 250 kg on the bar, grinding it out. And the lift is good. Very strong squat that does beat his personal best of 248.5 by about 1.5 kilos.
Bar is loaded for wrestling.
Jory Westling, Team Netherlands, 250 kilo on the bar again. Missed it on his second. Let's see if he can really muster up his will and strength and grind through this. A for effort, though.
Loaded. Ignacio from Uruguay, 260 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Juan Ignacio Albin looking to close us out for this group of the second flight with 260 kilo on the bar for his third attempt.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Might be a little down up,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
might be a little down up. Let's see. Maybe we'll, damn.
No, I
Thought
saw
we'd
the
get a little
same
lucky
thing.
there, but
Now we're about to start the second flight where returning world champion from Italy, Edoardo Mazzucchelli, will take on John Jin, the massive deadlifter, Nick Manders from Canada, and perhaps the sleeper of division, Suleiman representing France, and young Ass, and so close to call. They cannot miss a single lift.
extremely excited to see this. The successful openers might just cruise his way to a new PR.
And Gavin
Bar is loaded. Pablo Tejaro Munoz from
Mazzucchelli of Italy opening with
Most definitely could. I certainly hope we will.
Pablo, representing Spain, 225 for his opening squat. Mazzucchelli coming in with a nominated 282.5, opening with just 5 kilos below that. They'd be wrong.
230 kilos.
Oh, yeah. You know, these titles are hard fought for, and in the sport of powerlifting, you don't get back-to-back games. You get one shot, 9 attempts, and you get 9 attempts out of the whole year. One day out of 365, and that's if you're lucky enough to have earned your spot that year, right? A lot of blood, sweat, and tears go into this preparation. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears go into getting to this level. So you best believe every single athlete is going to do everything they can to make it well worth their time.
230 awaits Patrick Kasuba from Slovakia as the clock winds down.
Patrick from Slovakia.
Talking to some of the lifters before this heavily hyped showdown. No lack of confidence in any of them.
Good play. Matthew
Bang, beautiful depth. 3 white lights. Matthew Pond of Great Britain, 245 kilos for his opening squat.
245 kilos.
Looking at the nominated totals here. And again, this is lobby talk, as they say, but in the hotel lobby, some people are estimating we might see an 800 kilo total. What are your thoughts on that, Gavin?
Normally, I am extremely optimistic, and I want to encourage the possibility of extreme performances like that. I think today that might be unattainable. Guys, that's what did, I don't know if you recall, what did Delaney Wallace total at this previous World Championship in the Open South Africa?
I think it was 802.5.
Yeah, so it would be extraordinary, honestly, extraordinary if an athlete from today's session can do that, and I hope someone does. But just knowing that, I don't know. I think it might be a stretch.
Nick Manders of Canada, opening with 250. Nick, a phenomenal deadlifter. If he's within reach, he's going to load up for that gold medal. Did his squat form.
Good play.
If you were the other national teams,
Italia.
wow, yeah, Nick has made the adjustments, and that was the talk leading into this, because he has represented Canada on the international level before and bombed out due to squat depth.
Yeah, we'll see how that holds up once he has heavier weight on his back.
This is true. Orlandi from Italy, 250. Eduardo's teammate. That was fast. Now here's the thing about Nick Manders, and he put this, I'm paraphrasing, in an Instagram post. I don't need to be a great squatter and bencher when I have a deadlift like that. It really is the eraser. He's pulled 800 pounds in the gym with straps, but his pulling power is definitely the biggest amongst this flight.
I mean, look, man, that's phenomenal. I don't doubt it, but a strong subtotal can go a really long way. And with deadlift, to get 3 attempts, only 3 attempts.
Nathan Gaveo of Great Britain, the #1 nomination for the 83 kilo juniors. Great Britain has high hopes for this young man heading into the heavily hyped 83 kilo junior battle. And what a statement it could be if Nathan could win this. Nice depth, wow. 255, handled quite smoothly.
That was very easy.
3 whites.
Soldiman, Turkey. From France, bar is loaded 257.5 kilos.
Turkey Suleiman from France, 257.5. And listen, he's a bit of a sleeper in this division. Some have looked past him due to the hype around some of the other contenders for Eduardo Mazzucchelli's title. That would be a mistake. Suleiman is a threat, not just the podium, but also for that title. And if anybody was looking past them, they aren't now. 257.5, very little resistance.
2 to 1. Alex Sidor, United States, 260. The bar is loaded.
And Alex Sider, just 20 years old, 260 kilos. Gavin, you're familiar with this young man. All
He's a very good friend of mine.
full transparency. Alex, a bit of a TikTok star himself, isn't he?
Yeah, honestly, man, he's just a young savage. Seriously. I mean, he takes his training extremely, extremely seriously. He's highly motivated, highly ambitious, highly confident. It's a full package, man.
Alex, wow.
Yeah.
Easy work at 260. And Alex, training partners with, and let me know if you heard of these individuals,
Good play.
Delaney Wallace, Taylor Atwood, Gavin Aiden.
Listen,
World
man,
champ. Those are 3 world champions. I just said.
we believe you are the crowd you keep, man. Straight up, we hold each other accountable. We train together. We motivate each other, and we truly do believe it's the way to grow. We compete with one another, and honestly, it just creates a stronger bond. I'm very, very excited for Alex today.
Sean Jin of US, 262.5. Wow, as soon as he unracked, he's confident. And he makes easy work at 262.5. Sean is on the board. Talking to Sean in the lobby, extremely confident about his chances. As soon as he unwrapped, that smile spread across his face.
Yeah. We'll see.
Returning world champion, Eduardo Mazzucchelli of Italy, 277.5 kilos loaded, 298 is the world record. And can you do me a favor
Yes,
and
let's
look
do it.
up who has that world record? Because I think it's going to be a name you might recognize. Wow, nicely done.
Good play.
3 white lights.
Bar is loaded.
None other than John Hack's world record. How long has that squat record been waiting to be taken? John Hack.
Wow.
Greatness.
Is there any way I can kind of go back in time a little bit and maybe
and,
fudge my birth certificate?
and cut down to 83.
And cut-
Second round of squatting. That was well taken. Strong core, strong brace. But that is to give you an indication just how class this field is. If we're even having that conversation of these juniors possibly threatening John Hack's record in a sport where records fall every 6 months, for that record to stand 6 years is impressive. Will it fall today? If someone even unracks it for an attempt, it's going to be exciting. Pablo, 240, representing Spain, 15-kilo jump. Nicely done.
Good leg. Patrick Kasuga from Slovakia, 242.5 kilos.
Patrick Kasuba of Slovakia, 242.5. Nice second attempt.
Good leg.
And here's the thing, when you're in this pack, in this flight, it's still an opportunity with so many people so excited about this showdown, whether or not you're in that top 5, top 6 or not, the eyes are on you when they tune in. It's an
Exactly right.
opportunity to show your progress. Showcase your skills. Matthew Pond from Great Britain, 257.5. $12.5 kilo jump, still operating well below his previous personal best of 270.
Good leg. 2-1. The next lifter, Nick Manders from Canada, 262.5.
Canada's Nick Manders, the 83 kilo junior deadlift demon, 262.5. Just wants to go 3 for 3 in the squat event. He doesn't need to chase anybody. Not when you have his pulling power. Wants to build a base of which he could pull himself into the gold medal position. What do you think, Gavin?
I don't know. I think borderline, but
Good leg.
2-1.
2-1, it's good. Now, when we see the replay, this is a side that was called on depth. So if it looks a little high,
Jemao.
and it does, but the hips don't always rest at the same level.
Right.
Nobody's do. I'll raise my hand to that. Andrea Orlandi from Italy. Wow, what a scrap.
I can check.
Good leg. Nathan Jemao from Great Britain, 270. Bar is loaded. Nathan Jemao, Great Britain, 270 kilos.
And here is the #1 nomination, Nathan DeVeo. Great Britain's own. 15 kilo jump from his opener. Depending on who you talk to, he might be the favorite. Nicely done, and that was deep. 2-1 it passes, and you see him strut off the platform with confidence.
From France, 270 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Suleiman of France. also attempting 270 kilos. And when you're in Suleiman's position, Gavin, and everybody's looking at some of the more heavily hyped contenders and you're coming in here, it alleviates that pressure.
It does. It definitely does. But, you know, obviously I'm always a fan of the underdog. I think this man recognizes that's exactly who he is. And if anything, that kind of gives you a little bit of a fire.
Good play, 2-1. Alex
Yeah, it might be multiple benefits in motion here.
Followed by Shang-Jin from United States.
The fire is lit.
Bar is loaded 270
Suleiman, 2 squats up, both of them successful, and holding pace with the big guns of the 83-kilo juniors. Speaking of, here's one of them, Alex Sider of USA, 270, also on the bar for him, just 20 years old. And I believe he just turned 20 recently. He was a teenager not long ago.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure. I guess I'm a bad friend if I didn't
Well, no.
send him a birthday card, huh?
Don't ask me the birth
Thanks for
dates of my
calling me
friends.
out on that, by the
Don't
way.
ask me the birth dates of my friends either. Don't worry.
I don't even remember my own birthday.
Well, 0.5, also representing the U.S. Sean. Oh my goodness! And the champ is not going down without a fight, refusing to relinquish the throne without a battle.
Wow. That was awesome, dude. I mean, I can't believe how fast that was.
We are 2 rounds of squats for the 83-kilo juniors. Already, this battle has lived up to the hype. 240 kilos loaded for Lucas of Austria as we enter the 3rd round of squats. Eyes on that scoreboard whether or not Mazzucchelli will attempt history. Oh, stuck at a, wow. Impressive he could battle through that. Unless your wow. Unless your last name is Cruiser, you were probably not banking on that one coming through. Look at that pause. Felt like forever, I'm sure, for him, and he pushed through. Yes, look, wow, oh my goodness. 3:03 put in by Team Italy, not just taking the world record, but potentially running with it. Gavin,
That's incredible.
that is an incredible squat by an 83-kilo junior.
What is that, 663 or something like that? 664 maybe in pounds?
No, that'll be, well, 302.5 is 666.
Oh,
So
yeah, you're right. Sorry.
607, it's huge. And Pablo, Spain, 250. Giving the nod to the crowd. Don't worry, I got this. I recognize it's slowing, but I got this.
Good play. Next is Patrick Kasuga from Slovakia. Followed by Matthew Pond and Nick Manners.
You know, sometimes you hype these battles and you hope for the best that they live up.
55 kilos.
This one already is. And we're only 2 rounds of squatting. Kasuba, 255, representing Slovakia.
Matthew Pond from Great Britain, 262.5 kilos.
If Mazzucchelli hits
Nick
this,
Manners.
John Hack's mentions are gonna blow up.
Yeah, although I don't know if he is going to care too much.
Well, I'm
given
sure he'll be
where
told.
he's at.
I'm not saying he'll be brokenhearted. I'm just saying people will let him know.
Are you insinuating
finally
the
fallen.
owner of the King of the Lifts page is going to be shooting in the DM, sliding in the DMs with this?
I'm sure I'll let him be aware. Matthew Pond, Great Britain, 262.5. You know, interesting. I'll put a pin in that. Visit it later.
Nick Manders, Canada, 267.5 kilos.
Nick Manders from Canada up next. 5 kilo jump, and that is probably a good game plan by Team Canada. Again, he's not looking to try to keep pace with some of the biggest squatters in the world here. He has a monster deadlift. He's trying to go 3 for 3, add kilos. The more he squats, the less he has to deadlift at the end to pull for position. And believe me, he's going to pull for position.
One.
2-1, it's good.
2-1.
But on the replay, this side looks high, and it got red lighted on this side, though. But this is the side that got red lighted, so we can't see where his hips dropped.
Competition. I'm glad that he was able to secure that for his total.
New York's finest, Alex Siders, 272.5, 20 years old, in 80, several time zones.
Yep.
This young man is special, and he's going to be in the juniors another 3 years. Get used to him. G off the top. By no means does he fall back.
Yes, indeed.
Orlandi from Italy, 275.
Man, I cannot wait for this world record attempt.
So Nick drops him back 5 kilo.
Wow, that's tough. That's not easy to handle in the
Gavin,
warm-up
take
room.
the smirk off your face, young man. 200. A more good reason. 5 kilo personal best. Look at him drop into the hole. 280 kilo, keeping pace with the big guns.
Bootleg.
2-1, it's good. When we get to the end, if he's close enough, he starts vying for putting pressure on those in the bronze. Now it becomes a discussion.
Yeah.
If you're pulling your way up, you got to defend bronze, defend silver for those behind you.
Well, that's
Ask Sean amongst them, 292.5, massive squat. Very close to the world record. Lights, and the confidence in this young man after for 6 years. Speaking of, will that record still stand another year? 83 kilo world champion, loading 303 kilos, well beyond John Hacks.
Oh, and a statement indeed. He is creating his own legacy now.
Well said. This is how
Whoa. It's all right. He can recover from that.
he'll let himself steady. Oh, wow, 3! And this will be the talk of the powerlifting community. Oh,
This was well-deserved, well-earned. That was a great squat.
and if anybody was looking past Eduardo defending his title, you've woken up. But Gavin, the battle is on. One event deep, already lit record. Absolutely sensational. Don't go anywhere. Come back in 10 minutes for the bench press event. You don't want to miss it. medalist will open up the bench press with 102.5. This is 5 kilos below his personal best.
Kilos sub juniors. Isaac Manu from Great Britain. Next lifter from Canada, Carney.
Carney Camden of Canada, 107.5 for his. Gavin, after the excitement we had, it's it's like a total contrast to come back to the openers.
Energy, save up our hype. That way, when it counts, we can go off.
And that's there's a little up down. He got all 3 cards on there, but Thomas McCarthy from Ireland, 110.
It's going to be tough for him to get that start command.
Was that one?
Took him quite a bit to get that start command just because of maybe it's just the structure of his arms, but
sometimes I can tell you right now, no longer get a start command because his elbows, over years of wear and tear from benching 500 plus as an 83, bone chips, etc. Surgeries couldn't correct it, and retired being able to lock out his elbows.
And that's, honestly, man, that's a testament to what it takes to be great in this sport.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about John Hack earlier because John Hack's record just fell, and they say in sports, toe-to-toe with Russell, or he 1-1 with Russell at the World Championship level. Brett Gibbs, one of the greats of this 83-kilo class, and himself a former 83-kilo junior world champion. Omandum, Netherlands, 112.5. Is the bench press world record in the 83 kilo sub-junior class. Gavin, as you peruse the openers, given 170.5.
This is the bench press, so no, I don't think we will. 170.5 is very high, considering the highest opener we have.
It's because, and that's a good lift by the way, I think that's because amongst the individuals walking the face of the earth when you're a male, average body size. Played, sir.
Good play, all whites. The
3
next
whites.
From Turkey, Yozak Kılıç, 132.5 kilos, followed by Yanko Kruger. Looks good and good play. Yanko Kruger from the Republic of South Africa, 100 loaded for Yanko.
Yanko Kruger, South Africa, 140 for its open. Vincent Lowe, 145 kilos for his opening bench.
Bar is loaded for Viktor Hubacek from Czech Republic, 145 kilos.
Press 2.5 kilo below his previous personal best. And we started out a stitch shaky in terms of failure rates, but
From Costa Rica, Navarro Granados Esteban, 155 kilos.
155 kilos. Five. I'm thinking they're going to take a 5 kilo jump. And maybe there's a look after the first round of benching, but take that with a grain of Sarnie of Canada. Say that 3 times fast. We'll attempt 106.
Good play. For Great Britain, 110 kilos, followed by Jorel from Canada.
Isaac Manuel of Great Britain finds himself in Turkey at the IPF World Championships.
You know, you bring up a really good point. People underestimate the world, even if you're young, even if you may not be at the top just yet. This is an awesome experience to see how the other lifters, how they maintain their composure, how they approach their lifts, you know, and honestly, from these people, if you're willing to. So, all in all, I think, you know, we underestimate it, but such an awesome experience.
Yeah, you know, excitement in the air. The warm-up room, if you see it, Harthy, 117 point warm-up room, took him 90 minutes to get the other side, stopped so many times for pictures and autographs. For his second attempt, the 5-kilo jump, he has hit 120 previously. Little stutter right before lockout, but
Bar is loaded.
Carney from Canada missed his opener, came back and hit it. Team fit. Color would indicate that, or a head, or did he jump a command?
125 kilos. Bar is loaded for Joshua.
Possibly jumped a rack command, or
But I wonder what they're going to do for their third.
it's an interesting question. I don't think they even tried to and, you know, 9 times out of 10,
Great Britain,
a lifter possibly facing elimination.
130.5 kilos.
James West of Great Britain, 132.5. 2.5, 7.5 kilo jump. This will equal his previous personal best. Ooh, brakes came on. Strong off the chest, but heave off the chest. Wasn't going to pass regardless. You need points of. Wasn't going to pass regardless. You need points of contact on the bench. Head in. Akilic from Turkey. Open beyond that. From Turkey. Open beyond that.
Next lifter, Jan from South Africa.
Of South Africa, 145 kilos. 5-kilo jump. Great display of heart. It came up uneven, but
2 to 1. The next lifter, Winston Lowe from Canada, 150 kilos.
.65 for a second attempt. Remind me what the world record is, young man.
1 second. Just have to hit
It's
it.
ambitious. At 155, I wasn't sure you had 10 kilos in him.
Oh, of course.
And your personal best.
If his elbows weren't locked, it's that. I think that right elbow didn't, or left elbow didn't appear to be locked. But
Satisfy the judges in terms of locking out the elbow.
here's the 165 now. Is a very big jump. In 155, didn't move in a way that I would anticipate.
Pretty nice, yeah. Oh, yeah,
let's see.
absolutely. But maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah.
Nolan.
A 10-kilo jump.
Yeah, you know, and here's the thing. the 10-kilo jump really isn't the issue. 210 honestly isn't that big of a deal.
Correct. Costa Rica came in possibly eyeing the world record, and regardless how the opener didn't look like a 10 kilo was warranted for a jump, but that's, you know, sometimes you think about
Such a tough
yeah.
it's such a tough thing to balance as an athlete, because with a competitor's mindset, it's this idealism with realism, right? And figuring out, okay, well, where am I actually at? What is true? Way ahead of where I actually am. But yeah, to my own detriment most often. But listen, man.
Bigger picture, Esteban has the biggest subtotal, has a put a pin in that thought. Yeah, might have seen some movement there. Perhaps trying to hunt down a record and still maintain a sizable lead, because it is quite substantial. If the openers can be deceiving, because people have fake deadlift openers, you're allowed to change those.
Locked in. Referee say, good play, 2-1. Bar is loaded. 120.
Face. Oh, I think I'm watching. If you're watching your teenage son at the IPF World Championship, well, that ends well, and he gets it in his third and final. 120 personal best.
Good play. Next hitter, Thomas from Czech Republic.
Tomas. Zakrednicek of Czechia, 132.5. This eluded him in the second round. Third and final bench. See if he can match his personal best at the world stage. See if his butt came up. I seen a shifting of the hips.
Not a good play.
The replay's got a better view.
Next hitter, James West
Yep.
from Great Britain. Bar is loaded, 135 kilos.
James West of Great Britain, 135 on the bench, 2.5 kilo jump. Already hit a personal best in his second attempt.
Definitely A for effort there.
Yeah. Emptied the tank to get that one.
Bar is loaded for those.
Akilich, 142.5. Came into the event with a personal best of 130. If he hits this, he has taken his best record for a ride. Love to go 3 for 3 in its home nation.
Almost there.
Locks it out. I seen some pauses. Not sure if I seen some up downs, but we're not on the platform. Blue indicates an up down. This is a better view.
Nah, I don't see any up down whatsoever.
Yeah, I saw pauses. I didn't see up down, but barbell is allowed to teeter from side to side, allowed to pause. So a pause with a teeter. And Kruger of South Africa, 145, missed this on the second.
Next one, Vincent Lowe from Canada.
Too much.
2.5 kilos, followed by Victor Hubacek. The bar is loaded for Vincent.
Vincent Lowe of Canada. 2.5 kilo jump, 2.5 kilo personal best, looking to go 3 for 3 at the IPF World Championships in the bench event. Ooh. Wow, can he lock
Out that right? Oh.
Just before lockout.
But listen, man, he's close. He is very close. And he has one of the biggest benches in this sub-junior class, despite being one of the tallest with the longest arms. That's very impressive.
Yeah, the levers are not in his favor, but he's got so much horsepower. Currently resting in the bronze medal position, as I try to find him here. No, silver medal position, but that could change. Hubacek from Czechia, 155, jumping from 150. He missed that, but he's currently in the bronze medal position, and if he hits it, he'll move into the silver medal position for the bench press. Ooh, nope, waves it off.
Vincent secures that silver position.
Bronze. He
sorry,
missed that, yeah.
No, I said Vincent. Not Victor.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Victor, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Vincent secures
We're
his-
getting our
his
wires
silver.
crossed, sir. Takes 2 of us to call this out. Might take 3
Hey, listen.
some mornings. Esteban from Costa Rica started off with 155 and had such a lead over the rest of the pack with his opener. Just with his opener, has already secured gold in the bench press event. Had us raising our eyebrows with the 165 for second attempt. A little bit of hopes we might see a world record attempt. That's off the table, but could still see a 165. Oh! Quick off the chest. And that will conclude the sub-junior bench event, where Esteban will take gold, Vincent Lowe of Canada will take silver, and Victor Hubacek of Czechia will take the bronze. We're going to move right away into the junior 83s. A reminder, junior 83s has been split into 2 flights. Flight 1, which is about to start, is the bottom half of the nominations. Flight 2 will immediately follow after we are done all 3 rounds of bench press for the first flight.
Kicking us off, we have Michael from Team South Africa, 120 kg on the bar for his first bench press attempt. Lots of control. Very quick off the chest. Seems like a strong opener. 3 white lights.
Matt Tickton from Turkey, 122.5 kilos. Arms loaded.
Team Turkey's Mert with 122.5 kg on the bar for his opening attempt in the bench press. Really taking his time to dig in the traps and get tight. Again, very fast off the chest. Judges give him 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
Heavyweight wrestling from Netherlands, 135 kilos, followed by Lara from Czech Republic. Bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Jory Wessling from Team Netherlands with 135 kilo on the bar for his opening attempt. Wow. So far, every lifter who has opened up in the bench press has had incredible attempt selections, as each one is moving just as an opener should.
From Czech Republic. Bar is loaded, 135 kilos.
.135 on the bar. Karl Rada, Team Czechia. Oh. In order to receive the start command, your elbows do need to be locked, and if they are not, the ref will ask you to re-rack the bar and then take it again. Unfortunately, that does exhaust you quite a bit, and we see it a lot with lifters who have this issue, so he'll probably end up having to attempt that again, unless his coaches are extremely confident that the strength is there no matter what, and they're safe to go up. Thomas Votava from Team Czechia now with 145 kg on the bar. This is relatively close to his current bench press personal best of 152.5. And that did move well. Let's see if it got 3 white lights. It did. You know, I don't know. I mean, it moved well. I think he does have his current personal best in him. It's very possible that it just maybe was like a fluke for his opener and he's got a lot more in the tank. I certainly hope he does. But I would like to see him finish at least with his personal best, 152.5. That said, we have Juan from Uruguay with 145 kg on the bar. Great attempt. See what the judges say.
Good lift.
3 white lights, great lift.
Next lifter from Ireland, Alex Elliott, 147.5 kilos, followed by Ishii from Japan. Bar is loaded
Smooth opener.
for Alex.
Alex Elliott now taking 147.5 kg for Team Ireland. Again, this one is also quite close to his personal best, just far enough for him to make good jumps incrementally to his third, either to tie it or to beat it. But based on the speed of that opener, I honestly think he'll probably end up somewhere between 157.5 and 162.5 for his third.
Bar is loaded.
Team Japan's Ren Ishii now taking 155 for his opener. He's a very strong squatter. Let's see if he can keep that momentum going into the bench press.
Yeah, and looking at his deadlift opener, he's a big deadlifter as well. A triple threat.
And it looks good. Now that is 10 kilo below his personal best in the bench press. A little shaky, but as we've seen in all of these sessions, Team Japan has phenomenal benchers, and they utilize technique to a degree that many, many teams just simply don't. Now, that comes with pros and cons, but for them, it's just a load of pros. And I think for him, at least for Ren, this may pay off to be maximizing his leverages via technique. And despite how shaky maybe even his opener looked, he can still keep it consistent through to his third and end up with a PR. That said, Brock Allen, 160 kg, Team Canada, with a successful opening attempt.
Next lifter, Simon Johnson from Norway, 180 kilos.
Yeah, bench, it's such a volatile movement. If you have
Bar is loaded.
any kind of impact from travel, cutting, time zone change, etc., change of food, difficult to gut through. You could grind out squats, grind out deadlifts, especially if you're conventional, but grinding bench can be difficult.
Well, Simon certainly did not have to grind out his bench opener.
No, that
180 kg from Norway.
That is as opposite of grinder as you could ask for. Look at the nice bar path on that.
I would argue, too, that the bench press is the one lift that suffers the most from any detriment to the weight, right? Whether it be a weight cut, or you're coming in lighter into the competition just naturally, or if, to your benefit, maybe you are cutting from a higher weight, so you're training with a heavier weight. Bench press definitely gets affected, I think, more heavily than the squat and the deadlift.
Yeah, I mean, the old adage, mass moves mass, but you have seen situations where, for instance, in some of the smaller weight classes, people can deadlift higher than people a weight class up. You look at Enoharo and other examples.
Mert from Team Turkey now with 130 for his second. It is a good lift. Curious to see if he's looking to tie his personal bench press best for his third.
Now, this is a pretty big jump, Kevin.
I mean, 7.5 kilo. It's less than 10. It's only 7.5. It's 2 digits.
This is 12 and a half kilos.
Oh, I'm sorry. For his personal best?
I meant,
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I think we're looking at two
one
different
step,
lines.
You're one step ahead of me, brother. You've always been faster than me. It's very frustrating. Michael from Team South Africa, 132.5 on the bar for his second bench press attempt. And yes, this is 12.5 kilo jump.
It's a big jump for the bench.
It is, but this would be a 2.5 kg PR. Wow, slow descent, but very fast and powerful off the chest. Holy smokes.
Considering the size of the jump in the bench press event, and it's a jump 12 and a half kilo into a personal best, that moved rather well.
Yeah, training must have gone really well because he was confident for this one.
Well, he's been competing less than a year, so those newbie gains.
Yeah. Colorado with 135 on the bar, Team Czechia for his second attempt. Listed on his first, let's see. Good lift, good. Now he can move forward. I mean, look, it looks really good, and it's exactly like I was saying before. Unfortunately, when you don't get that start command on the first run with the bench press, it can exhaust you, and so I think that's exactly what happened for his opener, and evidently he does have the strength for it. So I do think he definitely has room to grow going into this third attempt. $142.5. Joeri Westling, Team Netherlands. A strong second attempt.
Three white lights. Picks up another 7.5 kilo. And just a reminder, this is the 83 kilo junior class, but it's Flight 1, Group B, the bottom nominations. And once the third round of benching is finished, we will continue without a break right into Flight 2, which encompasses the top half of the nominations. If you're looking for Eduardo, the defending champ, Nathan, Nick Manders, Sean, that's why they're not here.
And right now we have Thomas Votava from Team Czechia with a failed attempt of a 150 kilo.
Alex Elliott from Ireland, 155 kilos, followed by Alvin from Uruguay. The bar is loaded for Alex.
Alex Elliott, Team Ireland, 155.
Arm shaking a little bit, Gavin.
Strong. His spirit wasn't shaking, that's for sure.
Oh,
Strong second attempt.
relatively flat back. Ooh.
Let's see what happened. Maybe his butt came up. No.
Ignacio, bar is loaded, 155 kilos.
So, yeah, yellow, and you're right, yellow is for a point of contact. Wasn't his butt, it was his feet that apparently came up. If they're allowed to slide, they can't come off the ground.
Referee says
The thing when you're a judge, there's so many things to look for in the bench event. Head coming up, butt coming up, feet coming up, down.
You almost wonder
Elbows
how they
locked.
look at it all.
Well, that's why there's 3 of them in 3 different points, Gavin. And
Ren Ishii from Japan.
65 kilo for Team Japan. His second attempt on the bench press.
Nomura, 63 kilo standout. Often, after a lifter is done competing, will hop onto a new role, help it.
Not a good play.
2-1.
Blue would indicate down up. We'll take a look at the replay.
From
Look at
Allen.
that.
Close.
Great, strong, smooth press for Brock Allen. Team Canada is, and it seems like really trivial, the lighting. Like, you can see everything, sure that everything's being executed to the standard at which it must be executed. Of this class, of this flight. Ladies and gentlemen, I do think we are going to see a new personal record set.
Thinking likely,
Bar is loaded.
as you said, 5 kilo jump just past his.
Chipping his record because he had 192 as his personal best.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he did.
And we're chipping personal record. You're a powerlifting nerd when you talk like this, Gavin.
Oh, gosh. Snap those elbows. Nice.
Nice fight to lock. That's probably a butt rise, and the yellow probably a beat for the replay. Of course, if it becomes a yellow, you know it's probably a.
Using a Viking scream to secure those 3 white lights. That was pretty savage. 142.
As we Chaz, the top nominations, top half of the nominations for the 83 kilo juniors. Sorry, go ahead, Gavin.
No. Michael from Team South Africa, success attempts.
Oh, Briggs, come on. No, you're 100% right. In terms of time to warm up, Uber time to took a world record in the squat event. Has so much time, 2 flight calories in the system. If you had a big water cut
Yeah.
to make weight,
Every little thing matters in this sport.
they're set.
Jory Westling, Team Netherlands, 147.5.
Good play.
3 white lights.
second, but he's previously hit 152 and a half. Not going to happen today. Grow.
57.5 kilos.
Not just with experience, but
Alex Elliott, Team Ireland, taking 157 and a half. If he gets this, this will be a 10 kg PR. Will bounce at the bottom. Might indicate a lack of tension. Yeah.
whoa, the
That was
foot
tough.
slid out and
Yeah.
a little instability. And it's difficult if you have lack of tension and the foot slides on you, so your base gives out underneath
Oh
that.
yeah, 100%. 100%. Ren Ishii, Team Japan, 165 on the bar.
Three white lights, fist bump from Nomura.
Bar is loaded 170 kilos.
Two lifters to go in this flight.
Brock Allen, Team Canada, 170 kg on the bar, third attempt.
Brock has hit 172.5 kilos. Waves it off. A little too much.
Simon Johnson Leopold from Norway, 197.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Simon.
The bar is loaded for Simon from Team Norway, taking 197.5 kg, which is extremely, extremely close to the world record bench press in the juniors, which is 205 kg.
Listen, for a lifter in Flight 1, Group B, he might end up with a bench medal. Well, if he had that 7.5 kilo, but moving forward with just a second attempt at 190, might prove to be problematic for a bench medal. Still 190, a rather big bench.
Yeah. And as we wrap up, we have Simon from Team Norway, leading the pack in first. Brock Allen in second, Team Canada, and Ren Ishii from Team Japan in third.
Take that all with a grain of salt, though, because we're starting Flight 2, which is the second half top nominations. And if you remember the last time we seen these gentlemen take the platform, we had fireworks, didn't we, Gavin?
Oh, yes, indeed. And this is the bench press is a big decider. It's some people think that it's kind of just like flies under the radar, right? So not as sparky and exciting, but this really is where championships are won, because this is maintenance mode. This is where people can either stack on their subtotal and really give themselves the opportunity to not have to go crazy on deadlift or not have to take risky jumps, but it's also an opportunity to get a big lead if you happen to be very proficient in the movement.
Alex Sider from USA, 145, moves rather well. Talking about those who are proficient in the movement, looking at the nominations, and I do see Sean Jin from US, 190.5 is his nominated bench. Where he ends up, we're going to find out. Kasuba from Slovakia, 150 kilos.
Loading, 2-1.
2-1, no lift.
Nick Manders from Canada, 160 kilos.
Canada's Nick Manders went 2 for 3 in the squat event, opening with 160 kilos. That's a previous personal best.
Followed by Eduardo from Italia.
And they're just wiping down the bench. Sometimes a little bit of chalk ends up on the bench, and Team Canada asking for a clean bench for their athlete. The athletes often put chalk on their back, chalk on their butt to get a little bit of traction. And looking at open powerlifting, Nick Manners has hit 162.5.
Power is loaded for Nick.
Profile, a bit of a fib. That moves smooth.
Good play. Eduardo Mazzucchelli from Italia, 162.5 kilos, followed by Suleiman Turki. Bar is loaded.
Returning world champion, Eduardo Mazzucchelli from Italy. Monster 303 kilo squat, breaking the world record that stood for 6 years by John Hack. Makes easy work 162.5.
Good play. The next lifter from France, Suleiman Turki, 162.5 kilos, followed by Nathan from Great Britain. Bar is loaded.
$162.5. Suleiman had a big 280 kilo squat earlier today. Solid bench opener.
Good play. Nathan Gerald from Great Britain, 167.5 kilos, followed by Lucas from Austria.
Britain's own Nathan Gavello, 167.5 for his opening bench. Wow. That was
Man's the real
smooth.
deal.
We say good play. All right. Lucas Cruiser. From Austria,
I'll tell you something. After the squat event, I was making my way through the crowd, came across Nathan, stopped me to tell me he had heard the podcast. I didn't pick him to win, and he wanted to let me know
Wow.
I was wrong.
Brother, who did you pick to win?
I picked Nick Manders, sir.
Interesting.
170, Lucas, Austria.
Good play.
Proof is in the pudding, as they say, but Nathan, after the squat event, obviously very confident if he's going to go out of his way.
Bar is loaded 172.5 kilos.
And it should be noted, Nathan seen what Eduardo, the returning champ, did with the 303 and wasn't at all rattled by it. Still very confident in his chances to secure his goal to take away the title from the reigning world champion.
Yeah, it's about going 9 for 9. Focus on what you're doing. Stay in your lane. Stick to the game plan.
172.5 by Pablo. He needs his feet flat. And they can't be touching the upright supports as well. It's hard to tell by that angle, but I heard a jury member say that his feet were touching. Might have thrown him for a loop. If you base out against the supports, it's going to give you extra pressing power.
Yeah. I mean, his foot does look pretty far from there. I mean, it's possible, obviously.
Well, he moved it after they told him to.
No, I know, but yeah, it looks, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Bar is loaded.
Curious to see what he
Sean
does for a second.
Jin from US, 175. Had a phenomenal squat session himself, hitting 292.5. For little context, how good that 292.5 is, the world record coming into this event was 298. He himself pretty close, and the way he hit 292.5, he had kilos to spare. And the way he hits his opener, plenty of kilos to spare. But you got to pace yourself, don't you, Gavin?
Oh, yeah.
Andrea Orlandi from Italia, 175. Bar is loaded.
Orlandi of Italy. Italy, 2 lifters in this flight, 175 as well. The Italians in the crowd, vocal supporters.
Good play, 2-1. Matthew Pond from Great Britain, 175 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Matthew Pond, Great Britain, also 175. Replace. Telling him arms need to be locked to get that start command. That looks better already. But the lifter himself said no. Perhaps didn't get himself back into the position you wanted.
150 kilos.
A look at the running order, not the running order, but where we stand after the first round of benching. Now take this with a grain of salt as well. This takes flight 1, which had 3 rounds of benching. So as it stands now, Simon's still in the lead. Sean already just with his opener in second. as we begin this second round. Alex Sider, 150 kilos.
Good play, all rise. Patrick Kasuba from Slovakia, 155 kilos.
Patrick Kasuba of Slovakia, missed 150, opting to go up 5 kilo regardless. Gavin, what do you think of that? It's the bench press.
Yeah, but you know what? If he's confident, if his coaches are confident, then I think it's a fairly safe move. And to be honest, his bench press personal best is 165. So he's still got plenty of room.
Yeah, still operating. Oh, a little bit of a stutter there. Let's see what the judges say.
Good
3 white
play,
lights.
all rise. Nick Manders from
A little bit of a risk. I understand the coaching staff looking at this like 165. This should be yours. 10 kilo below that. But I don't think he's going to have 165 today after seeing that. Canada's Nick Manders, speaking of 165, jumping up 5 kilo from his opener. Hits it. 5 kilo slows him,
From France, we have 15.
but it moves like a second attempt should.
Bar is loaded, 160.
What kind of a jump do you anticipate for Nick Manders?
Well, I think every kilo counts, so I think 2.5. For him specifically, 2.5.
Yeah, because he's such a deadlift threat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, you just got to keep putting points on the board. It doesn't, if you can get that 2.5, get it, because if you miss that 5, you never know, that could cost you.
Right. Yeah, and Suleiman, 167.5, 5 kilo jump from the opener. Uh-oh. Amongst those openers, Suleiman probably worked the most. 5 kilo up from that, proving to be just a little too much as Eduardo Mazzucchelli of Italy,
Bar is loaded.
170, a 7.5 kilo jump. His 162.5 moved very easy.
Good play.
And 7.5 kilos doesn't slow him down much.
172.5 kilos.
Beautiful bar path, beautiful bar speed. Pablo Munoz of Spain missed 172 in his opener, retaking it now. And there's a good view. He's adjusted. The feet are not touching. Gets a start command. The problem is, if he's used to having that extra support basing out against supports, and this is how he trained.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest, it is the responsibility of the lifter to practice like you're going to play, right? You need to lift to the standard that you'll need to compete at on the platform.
You've said this before in other sessions, powerlifting, a unique sport where you're able to do just that in training.
That's exactly right.
Nathan Gervais of Great Britain, 175 for his second attempt. This could be a pivotal 7.5 kilos. And that moved exactly like a second attempt should.
Matthew Paul from Great Britain, 175 kilos, followed by Lucas from Austria. Bar is loaded 175.
Matthew Pond, 175, missed this on his opener.
Good play. All right.
3 whites, back on track, on the board.
Bar is loaded for Lucas.
Lucas, Austria, 180 kilos for his second attempt. Sizable 10-kilo jump. Took that 10-kilo jump rather well. 3 white lights.
Andrea Orlandi, from Italia. Bar is loaded 182.5 kilos.
Andrea Orlandi of Italy, 182.5 for his second attempt. 7.5-kilo jump from his opener. 2.5 kilos over his previous personal best.
Good play. 2-1. For second attempt, our last attempt is Sean G from the United States, 185 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Sean coming out to 185 kilos, 10-kilo jump from his opener. His opener was easy work. Sean has hit 190.5 previously, an American record.
Good play.
What do you think for his third attempt, Gavin?
You know, it's tough, but I think I would say he has 190, but he may not want to take that risk. He may say, you know what, I'm gonna, because he knows he can probably lock in 2.5 up, right? So he may say, you know what, I've got a head start on that deadlift. I might as well just take what I've got. Play safe, chip away at the total, make sure that he's staying in the race as opposed to start missing.
These are tough decisions being made by the national teams. You want to push your lifter, but you don't want to push too far and start missing lifts, like Gavin said. Alex Sider of US, 152.5. Three whites in these 3 for 3. Patrick Kosuba missed 150 in his opener, jumped up to 155. Now 155 was work. Now moved up 5 kilo. I would have suspected 2.5, but maybe the Slovakian national team knows this is how he presses. Too much.
Too much.
Now, if you're wondering, Team USA and Sean put in 190, taking a 5-kilo jump.
Canada, 167.5. The bar is loaded for Manders.
To your point, Gavin, Sean, he's got a big deadlift, but amongst those chasing the world title, there are some bigger deadlifters like Nick Manders and Nathan Gavello. And this is where Sean wants to collect some of his kilos. $167.5. 2.5 kilo jump.
Good play.
3 for 3.
Mr. from France, Suleiman Turki, 167.5. Bar is loaded.
Suleiman from France missed 167.5. Retaking it on his third.
Good play. 2-1.
2-1, it's good.
Pablo from Spain, 172.5. The bar is loaded.
$172.5 for Pablo of Spain. Facing possible elimination. Missed this twice already. Oh, there's a lot of down up.
Not a good play.
And it just seemed a little heavy for him.
For Victoria, round attempt 175.
And there's down up almost immediately. I think it.
Yeah, that's tough. And this is something, too, that
Bar is loaded.
when you're warming up, you should have a keen eye on this. You know, you should be looking at and know yourself well enough. I mean, your coach should know you well enough to say, okay, you know what? Whatever we're taking beforehand, whatever that last warm-up is, we need to know whether or not it's going to be a good indicator of what comes next.
Can't be afraid to drop your openers if the warm-ups are giving you these indications. 175 for Edoardo Mazzucchelli of Italy. Oh, that right arm. The right arm was stubborn and would not lock out for Mazzucchelli. That's 5 kilos. He's going to have to leave on the table in a very tight race in the 83 junior class.
This buck came up as well.
Was it going to pass regardless? Great Britain's Nathan now taking 180. 5 kilo jump. Uh-oh. 5 more kilo on that table. And some of the big guns in the 83 kilo class missing their third attempts in the bench event.
So we still have Sean Jin coming up with 190.
Also taking a 5 kilo jump. And you were saying it's possible, but obviously lower percentage if you would have went up for the 2.5. Let's see what happens. Matthew Pond. 180 kilos.
And referees say, good play.
Matthew picks up 5 kilos in the bench event.
Next is from Italia, Andrea Orlando, 185 kilos, followed by Lucas from Austria. Bar is loaded for Andrea.
Orlandi of Italy attempting 185. Currently has the bench press bronze medal in hand, but has a possibility of collecting 2.5 kilos towards his total.
Not a good play.
A little too much on the day.
From Austria, followed by Sean G. Bar is loaded 187.5.
Lucas will attempt 187.5 kilos, a substantial 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. If he hits it, he'll get the silver medal in bench press, representing Austria. Oh, it's a scrap. What do you think, Gavin?
I think it's good.
Referees
I
say
agree.
not a good play.
Uh-oh. That would look like maybe his butt lifted to get him there.
Sean G from United States, 190.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, well,
Bar is loaded.
can't see that from the booth. The replay did. Sean attempting 190 kilos. Oh, wow.
I love his energy.
And referees
Yeah.
say, good play.
3 whites.
Congratulations.
And Sean, 6 for 6 so far in the 83 kilo junior class. Building a big total, grabbing the gold medal in the bench event. And Norway's Simon from Flight 1 grabbing the silver. Orlandi from Italy grabbing the bronze. Looking at the totals as they stand now, these are the subtotals. Sean representing the U.S. currently in the lead. Eduardo, defending world champion, coming in second. And Nathan coming in the bronze. Take all that with a grain of salt, because in the deadlifts, once they take place, expect a shakeup. Nick Manders, a massive deadlifter. Nathan from Great Britain, a big deadlifter as well. You don't want to go anywhere. We're going to take a short 20-minute break, 10-minute break for the deadlift event. Welcome back to the IPF World Championships here live in Istanbul, Turkey. I am Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat, accompanied in the booth by Gavin Aiden, and we have the men's sub-junior and junior classes. This is going to be split into 3 different flights. Up first, we will have the sub-junior 83s. Then the junior 83s will be split into 2 different flights. The bottom half of the nominations will be in the first flight, and the top half of the nominations will be in the second flight. We'll start with the 83 juniors. Camden Carney of Canada, 205 on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Carly from Canada. 205 kilos.
Nicely done.
Good play. Next is the gold medalist, Joshua Walton, followed by Joel from Netherlands. Bar is loaded to 120.
And Joshua Voeten of Netherlands, 220 kilos for his opening pull. Total is solidified and he's on the board.
Joel Orlando from Netherlands, 230 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Omandum of the Netherlands, 230 kilos. Solidifies his total.
Good play. Next lifter, Thomas from Czech Republic, 230. Bar is loaded.
And Tomas, representing Czechia, 230.
Good play.
On the board.
Next one, Isaac Manuel from Great Britain, followed by Yannick Kruger. Bar is loaded. 237.5.
Isaac Manuel of Great Britain, 237.5 for his opening pull.
Good play. Yannick Kruger. Bar is loaded 240 kilos for Yanko from South Africa.
Yanko Kruger from South Africa, 240 kilos for his opening deadlift. Makes easy work of it.
Deadlift. Next lifter from Costa Rica. Bar is loaded. Bar is loaded 240 kilos.
Esteban Navarro Granados of Costa Rica, 240 kilos for his opening pull.
Deadlift.
3 white lights.
Next lifter from Turkey.
And thus far, good attempt selection by the national team coaches, guiding these sub-juniors to a total. As soon as they get their opening pull, the total is secure, and then they can start making bigger jumps to cover ground if they need to. Akilic from Turkey, 240 kilos.
Deadlift. James West, Great Britain. Bar is loaded 242.5.
James West of Great Britain, 242.5 for his opening pull.
Deadlift.
3 white lights, and James secured his total.
Withdraw from Czech Republic 200.
Beautiful execution there, no major effort needed.
Bar is loaded.
Viktor Hubacek of Czechia, 245 kilos for his opening deadlift. Nice pull.
And refusing Deadlift. Next lifter from Finland, Eero Mara, 245 kilos, followed by Vincent Lowe. Bar is loaded.
Eero Mira of Finland, opening with 245 kilos. This is 5 kilos below his personal best. Eero, a podium favorite. Oh, but that was a little bit slow at the lockout, Gavin. You surprised for an opener how that moved?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely moves slow, but also could just be a fluke. I mean, maybe if he's a little bit more patient with building tension at the starting position, could improve the lockout, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you come out for your opener, you may not be expecting what you get. It's got to rise your intensity. You've seen people's seconds sometimes move better than their openers. Vincent Lowe makes easy work at 250. Team Canada.
Next lifter, Thomas McCarthy, Copenhagen, 252.5 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Thomas McCarthy of Ireland, 252.5. Wow, okay, well, that's a fast and snappy opener.
Sub-junior world record is 287. Might be in danger.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deadlift event. You're gonna cover a lot more ground in the deadlifts.
I mean, really, if you think about it, it is a jump for sure. I know, but given how fast that moved, he could go up like 15 kilo,
For sure,
17
for
and a half
deadlifts,
kilo.
yeah, I'd be comfortable with that.
And then make another one.
I mean, you're right. That moved about as fast as you could ask an opener to move. You're not
Yeah, I
moving
think
quicker
he's
than
got
that.
like 3 more warm-ups left, given how fast it is.
We'll let you know what Team Ireland puts in for their second attempt. It'll give an indication if they're also eyeing that world record like Gavin. But I would be comfortable if they thought they were. And Camden Carney from Canada, 217.5 for his second attempt. Smooth pull. One thing that does need to be noted, though, of course, this is the deadlifts, and they're probably going to look to secure the world title first. And if they can pull less and still secure the world title, probably won't load up the world title if they don't need that to secure it. We'll have to see how it all unfolds. But they did take that 15-kilo jump like you thought they might, Gavin. Joshua from the Netherlands, 225 on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Thomas Zoradnicek.
Tomas
242.5.
Zaradnicek of Czechia, 242.5 for his second attempt. 12.5 kilos above his opener, but 12.5 kilos below his previous personal best. Oh, a little unexpected given he's hit 255 previously.
Gabriel Omanda from Netherlands.
He will have one more attempt, but that wasn't encouraging.
No, not at all. Looks like he might be feeling a little defeated. He's going to have to amp himself back up for that third.
Omandum from the Netherlands, 245, 15-kilo jump. Slows towards lockout, but he does lock it out. Anticipating a much smaller jump from second to third.
50 kilos. Bar is loaded for Isaac.
Isaac Manuel of Great Britain, 250 kilos. 12.5 kilo jump. That was snappy.
Good win. Eero Mira from Finland, 250 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Mira from Finland, 250 kilos. This will equal his previous personal best. Arrow, an extremely tall 83 kilo. It's a sub-junior, and I think you had said earlier, expect him to move up several classes in his career, but look at a little bit of a slow grind to lock it out. He gets there. 2-1 it passes.
Is from Republic of South Africa, Jente Kruger, 252.5. Bar is
Getting
loaded.
dangerously close to possibly using his legs to support that. And Tough battle to get the shoulders back. Attempt selection is going to have to be on point for his third. And Kruger of South Africa, 252.5. 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. The knees shake. The engine revs.
Goodwin.
3 bites.
Next lifter from Costa Rica, Navarro Bernardo Esteban. Bar is loaded 252.5.
Oh, wow. And that plane experienced some turbulence.
Goes Aktulic, 252.5.
Indeed, it did, Ryan. Indeed, it
Bar
did.
is loaded.
Quick note, Zach Radnicek opting not to come out for his third.
It's very possible maybe he tweaked something in his back or something like that.
Yep. You don't want to send a high schooler back home with an injury and try to explain that. 252.5. Akilic, representing the host nation of Turkey. That's a clear down up. And that's, we talked about that previously. One of the cons of sumo at points when you get to the top at lockout, balance can be an issue and the down up can be an issue. Much more rare, but still happens during the conventional pulls.
Bar is loaded for James.
And James West of Great Britain, 255. 5 kilo personal best for him. Jumping up 12.5 kilos. Little suspense, 3 white lights, he need not worry.
Wilson Flow, bar is loaded 257.5.
Vincent Lowe of Canada, 257.5. Vincent, another rather tall 83.
Victor from Czech Republic, 262.5. Bar is loaded.
Czechia's Viktor Hubacek, 262.5. Coming into the event, his best pull, 232.5. We are 30 kilos past that in only the second round of pulls. Wow. And looks like he's got more in the tank as well.
McCarthy. $267.5.
Tomas McCarthy, 267.5.
Loaded. Thomas McCarthy.
15-kilo jump. That was smooth. I don't think he has to worry, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, that looked really smooth. Now, 287 might be a little too much of a jump. But, I mean, given the position he's in,
Yeah, it's
why not just go for it?
Yeah, it depends. It depends on what they're trying to do with the totals. If they think it's too much and it's a risk, we'll have to see. It's a tough call. In terms of is the strength there, 20 kilo, 21 kilo jump, the strength might be. That did move rather well, but if they're, yeah, we'll have to
If
see.
they are
What
trying to podium, yeah, it's
depends what medal they're pulling for, how the situation unfolds. It's hard to call. We'll find out soon enough. Camden Carney of Canada, 227.5.
Good play. Next lifter, Joshua Walton from Netherlands, followed by Joel Amanda.
Oh, well, you're going to be happy, Gavin.
let's go, baby. Let's go. This is what we're here for. Go-getters, dream chasers.
And he's in bronze pulling for gold. That's another thing you love to see.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Becoming a fan of the Irish, aren't you, Gavin? And Joshua from Netherlands, 235. Ooh, comes out of his hands at lockout. And has to get steadied.
Joel from Netherlands, 250 kilos. Bar is loaded.
.250, Omandam of the Netherlands. Stuck right before lockout.
Loaded.
Attempt change coming in, Gavin. Keep our eyes peeled. Who's changing to what? It looks like
252.5 for Esteban Navarro.
Esteban Navarro Granados, currently in gold medal position overall, coming out to 252.5. He's missed this on his second. If he hits this, his total jumps up 12.5 kilos, and he needs to do that to overextend McCarthy of Ireland. And the door has swung open for McCarthy of Ireland now.
I think he's going to get it.
It would be a dramatic finish to the 83 kilo sub-junior class. Aero of Finland, 255. Esteban now has to wait in the back and watch as people pull for his gold medal. It's a tough position to be in. That's a hell of an effort, but that's going to be very difficult. You know, a valiant effort. No quitting that kid, but that would be very difficult to finish.
Yeah.
And eventually you're going to start supporting with your legs to keep it there. Isaac Manuel, 257.5.
Bar is loaded for Isaac Manuel. 257.5.
And he hits it. Now, just to tell you how the scoreboard's looking, McCarthy of Ireland is loaded up to pull for the win, whereas Vincent Lowe of Canada loaded up to pull for 635. However, Hubacek of Czechia loaded up and likely to pull for a position as well onto the podium should any of these individuals start missing. Probably not McCarthy because he'll be pulling afterwards, but Vincent Lowe in particular. So we have several people ready to pull for podium finishes. Who's going to get what medals? It's going to be interesting. Akilic from Turkey, 260. Missed 252.
Wonder what that was.
They believe, oh, didn't get to see the lockout. It would have been lockout. Okay, so Vincent Lowe of Canada, 265. This is a pivotal pull for him. If he misses, the door now swings open for Hubacek and Czechia to possibly pull for his medal. He needs to hold off the rest of the field. A very important 7.5 kilos can be added to his total right now. Oh! And now he has to go to the back, hover around the monitor with Esteban in Costa Rica, and watch what happens. Team Canada and Team Costa Rica feel each other's pain right now. Oh, the anxiety. Kruger from South Africa, 267.5. This will temporarily pull him into a bronze medal overall. 3 lifters left to go. A deadlift silver medal. He'll be bumping McCarthy. Nope. I don't blame him for loading up and trying to get their lifter onto the platform, though. That's what third attempts are for. And he got it just below the knees. James West, 267.5. This would be the deadlift gold medal with 2 lifters left to go. Temporarily deadlift gold medal, podium anyways, at worst. Did he get the down command? No. Yellow's beating the command. Red's not locked out.
First of all, let me see this. Okay, the not locked out thing, come on. Come on. I can't hear the commands, so maybe you did jump to commands, but I don't know. That looked pretty locked out to me.
Hubacek from Czechia. Now this is for the bronze medal. It would temporarily bump off McCarthy from the podium. McCarthy loading up to pull for gold. McCarthy not at all worried about, well, at least thus far, defending anything in terms of medal standings. He wants the gold. Can Hubacek pull himself onto the podium? Oh! Czechia.
And referees say, gold.
Deadlift gold and a bronze, but McCarthy from Ireland still left a pull. If McCarthy hits this and takes gold, Hubacek gets bumped back off of the podium.
Junior deadlift record.
And this is all or nothing, Gavin. Thomas McCarthy, a junior, sub-junior world record deadlift, and the gold medal overall, opting not to pull for bronze, not to pull for silver, putting all of his
Gold,
chips
baby.
to the middle of the table. You're kind of a kid.
That's how it should be.
The Fighting Irish. What a dramatic finish. You got to respect his fight, though.
You do have to respect it.
Unable to break the inertia, but in the end, Hubacek, the only one going 3 for 3, taking the bronze. We'll look at the deadlift medal standings. Hubacek taking the gold for deadlifts, McCarthy taking silver, Vincent Lowe of Canada taking the bronze, and in the totals, Esteban of Costa Rica taking the gold, Vincent Lowe of Canada taking the silver, and Hubacek solidifying himself into the bronze medal position. Moving into the first flight of the 83 kilo juniors, I want to remind you the 83s have been split into 2 flights. This flight is the bottom half of the nominations. The top half of the nominations will be in the following flight that'll start after these gentlemen conclude.
That's exactly right. And kicking us off is Michael from Team South Africa with 220 on the bar. Makes easy work of that.
Good. Next lifter from Norway, Simon John Johnson. Newborn, 230 kilo. R is loaded.
Simon, Team Norway, opening with 230 kg on the bar.
Simon collected himself a silver medal in the bench.
Good. Alex Elliott from Ireland, 335 kilos, followed by Thomas from Czech Republic. Bar is loaded for Alex.
Alex Elliott with 235 kg on the bar now from Team Ireland.
Makes easy work of that.
Yeah, that was very fast.
Good. Thomas Rotara from Czech Republic, 240 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Thomas, Team Czechia, 240 on the bar.
Czechia taking no chances. He's hit
Good.
270, 30 kilos below his previous record.
45 kilos.
Personal record.
Bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Brock Allen from Team Canada with 245 kg. Such an efficient pull from Brock.
Good. Carlos Lara from Czech
3 white
Republic,
lights.
250 kilos. Followed
Brock
by
making
Joey
easy
Wesley.
work of that, solidifying his total.
Bar is loaded for
And again,
Rock.
just a reminder, once these gentlemen hit their opening pulls, the total is solidified and they can start being a little more risky with their attempt selection.
Definitely. Czechia's Karl Rada with 250, who would look to be, yep, a successful attempt.
Joey Wesley from Netherlands, 252.5. Bar is loaded.
Looks like
Gives-
them- oh, sorry.
I was just going to take this moment to give a shout out to our sponsors while we have a pause in the action. Alico, who supplied all of the equipment being used, and you see it on the platform. It's also in the warm-up room, as well as SBD, sponsoring several of the athletes' national teams, and it's bringing us the biggest powerlifting prize today in Sheffield 2023. Pay close attention to the announcement of wildcards as well as when tickets go on sale.
Joey from Team Netherlands, 252.5. Just 3 white lights.
Matt Dixon.
Beautiful pulls, good attempt selection. Everybody on point in flight 1 of the Junior 83s. Flight 2 is still to come.
Kilo lifter Mert from Team Turkey, going for 255 on his first attempt.
Good. Juan Ignacio Alden from Uruguay, 260 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Juan Albin, Team Uruguay, 260 kg. Looks good. 3 white lights.
Next up from Japan, Ren Ishii, 270 kilos. Bar is loaded for Ishii.
Ren Ishii, Team Japan, 270 on the bar. Getting those arms nice and loose.
Ishii opting for the knee sleeves, and they're going to catch the gnarling, create traction, but they're also going to hide the knees for potential lockout issues.
Good.
3
white
whites.
That was a very easy pull for him.
Next up from Michael from South Africa, 237.5. Michael Rosenberg.
So far in the deadlifts, we have Ren Ishii in first from Team Japan, Juan Albin in second from Team Uruguay, and Mert from Team Turkey in third. But of course, things can and will change as we go into our second round of deadlifts. Strong pull by Michael from Team South Africa.
Good
3
lift.
white lights. That's 237.5 kg for his second attempt.
Simon Johnson Leopold. 242. Bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Simon, Team Norway, 242.5. Significant jump from his opener, but does look like it is an opener.
Good
3
lift.
white lights.
Yeah, he handles it pretty well.
Alex
10
Ellis.
kilo below his personal best. He's got a little bit of room to grow from there.
Might benefit from using some baby powder.
I was thinking the
Reduce
same
some
thing.
friction, especially with conventional.
And it is hot in here.
It is very hot in here.
His skin is sticky. Take my word for it.
Alex Elliott, Team Ireland, 247.5, 3 white lights, secured.
Thomas Montano from Czech Republic, 250 kilos, followed by Brock Allen. Bar is loaded for Thomas.
Knock it out. Looks good. What do the judges say? 3 white lights for Thomas Votava.
Next up,
Handles a
Brock
10
Allen
kilo
from Canada,
jump.
255, followed by Rada Carroll
A little bit
from
of work
Czech
at the
Republic.
lockout. Likely to have a much smaller jump on his third.
Bar is loaded for Brock.
And Brock Allen with 255 kilo on the bar.
Brock, 22 years old, already a 7-year veteran. By the time he gets to the Open, almost a 10-year vet.
Wow.
You know, it's interesting when people are entering the Open almost a decade in the game.
Good lift.
Yeah.
Karen Rada, Czech Republic, 265. Bar is loaded.
Karol Rada from Team Czechia with 265 on the bar. He's getting amped up. This is a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
Not sure about the shoulders.
We say good lift, 2-1.
2-1.
Matt Pickton.
I said that hushly because I know you get mad at me if I said it loud.
267.5.
Yeah. We can't let the judges hear you. Okay?
Bar is loaded.
Don't give them any ideas. Mert Team Turkey, 267.5.
Well, he locks it out. Definitely slowed him. Look, its previous best is 270.
Jory Wessling.
I'm thinking maybe 2.5 kilo equal a personal best.
Yeah.
Bar is loaded to 167.
The end is near.
Wessling, 267.5.
Good lift,
And he gets it,
2-1.
2-1.
Juan Ignacio Albin from Uruguay, 272.5. Bar is loaded.
Albin getting ready for 272.5. Look good.
Good day.
3 whites.
Our next lifter, 82 from Japan, 292.5. Bar is loaded for issue.
And Ishii making sure that the bar is exactly where he wants it, making sure it's not in any divots in the floor, that his feet are in a solid, or can assume a solid stance on solid ground, given that there definitely are divots in that platform. These boys are lifting some heavy weight.
Comes out of his hands. Look, he came into the competition a personal best of 272.5. This is a 20 kilos above his personal best.
Yeah, I mean, he made a 22.5 kilo jump.
It was ambitious.
270 moved very fast, but I don't know, I don't think you'd ever want to make a 22.5 jump.
When it's going into uncharted territory on top of that, like maybe if you've done this before, but he's never hit that weight or even
Yeah.
close to that weight on the platform.
I think maybe, 287.5 or 285 maybe would have been a better jump, but, hindsight.
2020 hindsight we got in
Yeah.
the booth, huh?
I know.
We're undefeated.
It's truly. Kicking us off for our third round of deads, Michael from Team South Africa, taking 242.5. It's all right.
Too much on the day. And this is the final round of polls for the flight 1. Just a reminder, we have 2 flights, and the second flight encompasses the top half of the nominations, and this flight is the bottom half of the 83 kilo junior nominations. Once we get to the end of this flight, there will be no break. We will jump right into the action of flight number 2. So don't go anywhere.
Simon taking 245.
I seen that hand slipping. I was like, uh-oh. Look at this replay.
Very frustrating.
Czech Republic, 255.
You see it started slipping on him.
Bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Thomas Votava from Team Czechia with 255 kg. I bet you
too
fatigue
much.
is definitely settling in now. I mean, look, this meet is long. All right, this meet is approaching 4.5 hours. It's a long meet, and look, I think there's a rate of diminishing returns when it comes to the length of a meet, especially a world championship. Yes, you don't want a meet that's too much under 3 hours because you really do need enough time to recover in between attempts. However, if it is too long, you're kind of just sitting around in between attempts. And especially if you aren't sure how to properly time your warm-ups, again, you're just kind of leading around. You're getting cold. You're, kind of hard to get yourself psyched up again. So, these athletes are definitely going through it. Alex Elliott from Team Ireland with 257.5 for his third.
And he hit it.
Brock Allen from Canada. $265. Bar is loaded for Allen.
Brock Allen now looking to take 265 kg.
10 kilo jump, 2.5 kilo personal best.
He's going to get it. So smooth.
Goodwin.
Gives himself a head nod. Flew across the world, still hit PRs regardless. Refuses to celebrate just yet.
Well, the man is a stud. The job's not finished. He knows. Carolrada taking 270. 5-kilo jump, matching his personal best if he hits this.
Noted. Matt Picton, 272.5.
Slips out of his hands just at lockout.
Yep.
Bar is loaded.
Mert, Team Turkey, 272.5 on the bar.
2.5 kilo personal best. 5 kilo jump from the second. Too much on the day, and again, looks like grip is becoming an issue for some of these fellas.
Yeah, definitely.
Investment from Netherlands, 277.5.
Might be some blood on the bar.
Yeah, some of the hands are ripping open. So some of the fellas, after they pulled, you see them look at their hands, and if you have callus or anything, it'll just tear that right off, open up the hand, and then there's be blood on the bar. The past two lifters left the platform looking at their hands, an indication there was some kind of an injury. Doesn't always mean you bled on the bar, but I think the last pull, that's what happened.
Yeah.
So they sanitize it, making sure everything's clean for the rest of the pulls. Speaking of, we have 3 more, and then we go into flight 2, which is Group B, the top end nominations.
Noted.
Wessler unfortunately could not complete the lift.
Juan Ignacio Albin from Uruguay, 280 kilos.
Juan Ignacio Albin getting ready to take 280. Representing Team Uruguay.
For Albin.
He's hit 285, but this is the World Championships. Oh, again, grip.
I think it's safe to say it's the barbell.
Is that gnarling regulation? What's going on?
Yeah, you know, it's got to be the teeth on it. You know, it's been going through a lot lately. We've had a lot of sessions.
Let me assure you, Alico bars stand up.
Touche. That's true.
Before we get an email from our sponsor.
Bar is loaded for Ishii.
Ren Ishii from Team Japan reattempting 292.5 to wrap us up.
lets out a war cry when he gets a down command.
Say, 2-1.
I feel your pain, brother.
Nomura going to the jury table, as she should. If you get one white, you're allowed to.
Yeah, I wonder what it was.
One of
Maybe
them was
shoulders?
lockout.
Yeah. Well, either way, we have
Yeah.
Juan Ignacio Albin in first place from Team Uruguay, Ren Ishii in second from Team Japan, and Mert from Team Turkey in third. Obviously, this is just for now because we are about to enter Group B, the upper half of the 83 kg.
And we're going to move right into the next flight. No delay.
Matthew Pond, bar is loaded, 235 kilos.
Matthew Pond of Great Britain, 235.
Goodland. Next lifter, Lucas Kreuzer from Austria, 240 kilos, followed by Pablo from Spain.
240 is
Bar
good.
is loaded for Lucas.
Lucas, Austria, 240 kilos. Oh, very slow and controlled descent.
Goodland. Pablo Navarro
235, sorry, was
from
good.
Spain, 245, followed
That was
by
240.
Andrea from Italy. Bar is loaded for Pablo.
Pablo from Spain, 245 kilos. Makes easy work of it.
Goodland.
And if you're wondering what the world record is for a junior 83 in the deadlifts,
60 kilos.
Anaharo in the Open World Championships this year in South Africa took 362.5 kilos.
Bar is loaded for
That is
Orlando.
800 pounds by an 83 kilo junior. He almost locked out 385 in his third attempt for the world title. Throw it down to 260. Orlandi of Italy.
Goodland,
2-1, it's good.
Patrick Kasuba, Slovakia, 260 kilos. Followed by Suleiman from France. Bar is loaded.
.260 kilos. Representing Slovakia, Kasuba.
Goodland,
2-1, it's good.
Suleiman Turki from France, 272.5, followed by Sean Jin and Alex Gill. Bar is loaded for Suleiman.
Representing Team France, Suleiman, 272.5. Makes smooth, easy work of it.
And the free say Goodland.
Ran into Suleiman, who was hanging out with Rico from Team France. Make sure you see Rico in action later on today in the Battle of the 93s. Heavily hyped. Speaking of heavily hyped, Sean from US, 282.5 for his opening pull. Makes easy work of that, Gavin. His previous personal best is 290. If I had to guess off his opener, we're well beyond that today.
Yeah.
Mr. Alex Snow from the United States. $285 bar is loaded.
Alex Sider, young man you're familiar with, 285, representing the Empire State, New York.
New York. All right, get it right.
Pretty easy, smooth pull for an opener. He's all smiles.
Good play.
3 whites.
Next lifter, Mazzuchelli from Italia.
Defending world champion Edoardo Mazzuchelli of Italy had a massive 303 squat, clinching the gold, as well as John Hack's long-standing world record, opening with 292.5, looking to hold off the charge of the rest of the field. Wow. Plenty of room left to grow on that.
Next lifter, Nathan Joao from Great Britain, 297.5, followed by Nick Manders from
Great
Canada.
Britain's Nathan Gaveo, 297.5. The #1 nomination coming in. Let's see how he handles 297.5. If it's fast, he's right in the hunt for the gold. It's fast. Blink and you'll miss it. Gavin, the big hitters are hitting big. Speaking of hitting big, 330 kilos being loaded for Nick Manders of Canada. I had previously warned he's going to trail in the squats, trail in the bench, but watch how quickly he can catch up in the deads. Once he hits this, mitigates that trailing of the subtotal, and very quickly in with the rest of the pack at the top.
Bar is loaded for Manders.
And the expression on his face has changed now that we're in his land. Oh! Nick Manders, the apex predator in the deadlift event, has arrived. How much ground can he cover?
A lot.
That's the right answer. And it is game on. Take a look now at the total, and it looks a lot different than the subtotal, doesn't it? Eduardo still in the lead, but it's tentative, only half a kilo over Sean, and Nick Manders just 5.5 kilos away from the gold, and he is the biggest puller.
It's dangerous.
It's getting dangerous, my friend. Things are getting spicy. Matthew Pond, 247.5, representing Great Britain, kicking off the second round of polls.
Brooklyn, 2-1. Lucas Cruiser is the next lifter from Austria, 252.5, followed by Pablo from Spain. Bar is loaded for Lucas.
252.5 for Lucas of Austria. Rather close foot stance, very conservative downward motion here.
Good move. 2-1.
2-1.
Next is from Spain, Pablo de Harlem, 262.5, followed by Patrick Kasuba from Slovakia.
Pablo from Spain coming out to 262.5. 10 kilo below his personal best. Expecting this to move. That moved rather well. Young guy.
Good leg. Patrick Kasuba, 262.5. Bar is loaded.
262.5 loaded for Kasuba of Slovakia. Just a conservative 2.5 kilo jump from his opener. Rare you're going to see a 2.5 kilo jump in the deadlift event. And it looks like he might not be coming out. Interesting. Clock winding down. He might actually be conserving himself for a big third pull. It happens. While I have a minute, I want to address your attention. Sean from US, 302.5 is his second attempt. Previously coming in, 290 was his personal best. Sean pushing all of his chips to the center of the table, going all in for this, Gavin.
That's exactly right. And he realizes that this is the time to do it.
And these totals already, after second attempts, we're looking at 785, 780, 785 and a half. We might end up around 800 kilo total by the time the thirds roll around.
We just might.
Wouldn't that be something for these juniors to hit?
I mean, I'd
What
have
if
to
we had
eat my
several?
words, but
What if we have more than a couple?
that would be pretty crazy.
Exciting stuff in the 83 kilo juniors. Already seen history made. 280. Orlandi of Italy. 20 kilo jump. Too big of a jump. He will have another attempt though.
Suleiman Turki from France, 287.5, followed by Ishiren from Japan. Bar is loaded for Turkey.
Suleiman of France, 287.5. Suleiman currently in fifth, just outside of the top four big contenders vying for the podium and the world title. All top four could easily walk away the champion. Oh, I think his shoulder started slumping a little before he got the down. Am I right?
Rolling, 21. Ishiren from Japan, 292.5.
Ishiren of Japan, 292.5 for his, oh,
Alex Sidor from United States.
Alex Sider from the US, 297.5.
Alex Sidor from United States, 297.5.
12.5 kilo jump, previous personal best, 300 kilos, were awfully close to that. He gets it, slows that lockout.
Good.
3 white lights.
Sean Jin from the United States, 302.5. Followed by Eduardo from Italy. bar is loaded for Jin.
In United States, Sean Jin, 302.5 kilos. This will put him at 785 already. Wow. And that's a personal best. Handles that
Good play.
with ease. 3 white lights.
Eduardo
I think that 800 kilo, look at, now I could say it. Sean had told me in the lobby last night he could see 800 kilos inside of him. I questioned it. I'm not questioning it now. 312.5. Mazzucchelli, defending world champion, looking at, if he hits this, will maintain his lead over Sean, if by 0.5 kilos. That chip he collected in the squat event, ever so pivotal right now. Nicely done. 2-1, it's good. And this is why those chips are pivotal, Gavin. We've talked about it all week.
Yes, indeed.
Always collect your chips.
317.5.
317.5, 700 pounds being loaded for Nathan of Great Britain. If he hits this, his total will move to 772.5 kilos within striking distance.
Bar is loaded for Nathan.
Here he comes. The pride of Great Britain. He's in the midst of the battle of his life, looking to cover a little bit of ground in the second round of deadlifts. 20 kilos added to his total should he hit this. Oh, wow. That's an easy 20 kilos for Nathan. And he looks like he's got a lot more room to spare.
He does.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Manders from Canada, 350 kilos.
And Nick Manders of Canada, 20 kilo jump to 350 kilos. Once he hits this, he will quickly move from a 760 kilo total to a 780 kilo total. 330 moved very well for Nick. Not expecting 20 kilos to break the bank.
Bar is loaded for Nick Manders.
Here he comes. And Nick, like a boxer, ready to enter should the fight come. Slow off the ground, but he locks it out. Patience off the floor. And
Now,
Nick,
do you think he's going to take the world record?
the world record pull.
Yeah.
He might if he thinks he needs to for the gold. Let's have a quick conversation about this while we're at it. So as it stands, Mazzucchelli with a 785.5 kilo total, Sean with a 785, Nick Manners with a 780, and Nathan from Great Britain just outside of that with a 772.5. Whoever hits, whoever misses in this third round, it's going to be pivotal. Expect the national teams to be jockeying around with attempt changes. You have two of them when it comes to the final polls. But first, Matthew Pond of Great Britain, 352.5. little too much for today. And if you're wondering, Nick Manderts has put in a 370 kilo third attempt. So Gavin, that's 7.5 kilo over the world record. I'm expecting that to be a placeholder, and he could watch the rest of the field. If they miss,
True.
He could change that.
He is heavier than Sean as well, so he can't tie him.
Bar is loaded for Lucas.
Very true. Lucas, Austria, 262.5 for his third and final. 10 kilo jump. Wow, that's a grinder. Leaving it all on the platform.
Referee say good play.
3 white lights and it's good.
Pablo de Haramulos from Spain, 277.5. Followed by Andrea Grande from Italy.
$277.5 loaded for Pablo, representing Spain. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift event. 5 kilo personal best for Pablo. And he gets it. 3 white lights.
Andrea Orlandi from Italia, 280 kilos. Followed by Patrick Kasuba.
Orlandi, representing Italy, 280 kilos. Missed this on his second attempt. Should he hit it, 7.5 kilo personal best. Currently resting in 7th. Will pull himself into 5th temporarily. Several lifters left to pull. A little too much for today.
Not a good move. Patrick Kasuba from Slovakia, 287.5.
And Patrick Kasuba missed 260. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Now I remember. Did not come out for a second attempt, and as I suspected, was going all in on his third to 287.5. Opened with 260. It automatically bumped to 262.5. He did not come out. He timed out, and going all in to conserve his energy for a big final pull. Let's see if it pays off. Looks like it has.
And referee say
3 white lights and it's good. Something to keep in mind that back home in Slovakia, this could be a record of some sort. It has some kind of significance to him that he could pull that strategy. And Suleiman, representing France, missed 287.5, opting to go up to 292.5. It'll pull him into 5th place temporarily. 5 more lifters to go after him. Too much.
Just not today. Rolling. Alex Thor from United States of America, 310 kilos.
USA's Alex Sider, 310 kilos. Currently resting in 5th place overall in a star-studded flight at just 20 years old. Young Alex has a bright future. Some of these juniors aging out while Alex aging in. It'll also pull him into 4th overall in deadlifts, if temporarily. Oh, stuck at the knees. A little too much on the day. He will finish with a 720 kilo total. I believe that's a personal best. Not an easy feat to do when traveling to the other side of the world, multiple time zones.
No, most athletes actually do worse.
And 315 kilos being loaded. Team USA, Sean Jin. If he hits this, it'll give him 797.5 kilos. Now, this is the risky proposition you have when you're not the biggest deadlifter of the pack. You have to go first. Everyone knows exactly what they have to load to beat your total, but it would give him temporarily the lead. 3 more lifters left to go. Oh, wow! And Sean, 3 white lights,
It's
finishing.
incredible as he definitely still had an 800 kg total in him.
Gotta be said, easy 2020 hindsight, I know, but he wasn't lying. He probably had 800 kilo in him. But does the rest of the field? Eduardo Mazzucchelli, defending world champion, pulling 317.5 in a silver medal position right now. This will keep him in the silver medal position, but help him defend. Oh, stuck at the knees though. A little too much. So he's still in silver medal position, but a stitch vulnerable.
Yep.
Those were the kilos he might have needed, 5 kilos extra towards his total to possibly hold off the charge of Nick Manders and Nathan Gaveyo of Great Britain. 327.5 being loaded. This will move him from 4th to 3rd, so he will not be threatening Mazzucchelli. He is threatening Nick Manders' current placement, but I think Nick might have his eyes on a bigger prize. We'll have to see. For the bronze, can the pride of Great Britain pull himself onto the podium? Oh, wow, that was a 10 kilo personal best. I had to wait for the lights. And Nathan has pulled himself onto the podium, bumping off Nick Manders, who is yet to pull. Is 268 a placeholder, or is he going to come out for it? I believe he's coming out for it, so this would put him in first place overall. It'll bump Nathan back off the podium and take the gold medal from Sean representing the U.S. Obviously, Mazzucchelli moving down from silver to bronze himself. And what a shakeup we have had. Nick trailing all day until we hit the deadlifts. Still trailing, can completely change the podium picture with one pull. This is a junior world record and an open world record. Absolutely monstrous deadlift. Not for today. Not for today, but what a dramatic 83 kilo junior session we just had. Sean solidifying himself as the 83 kilo junior world champion in a stacked class with tension right up to the final pull. There's a look at the deadlifts where Nick obviously taking the gold, Nathan the silver, and Sean the bronze. But more importantly in the total, John Jin of US with a 797.5 kilo total, and we both thought he had kilos to spare,
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
which is scary, because if Delaney Wallace is watching this, Delaney, he's aging out, and you're going to have a fight at America's Nationals to represent US at the next World Championships. Eduardo Mazzucchelli of Italy clinching the silver medal, and Nathan Gavello of Great Britain grabbing the bronze, with Nick Manders getting everybody on their feet instead of pulling for bronze, instead of pulling for silver, going all in with the biggest deadlift possible to pull for the gold. A sensational battle. Do not go anywhere. We will have the medal ceremony, and later on, please do return as we have the heavily hyped showdown of the 93 kilo class. We'll see you then.
Please don't beat it. Three kilos of juniors. 83 kilos of juniors in the '83 kilos of juniors in the squat event. Bronze medal is to Isaac Manuel from Great Britain. And the gold medal is to Navarro Granado Esteban from Costa Rica. Thank you. Deadlift bronze medal is to Vincent Lowe from Canada. Silver medal, Thomas McCarthy from Ireland. Gold medal, Viktor Hubacek from Czech Republic. Thank you. In total, 83 kilo sub-juniors. Bronze medal is to Viktor Hubacek from Czech Republic. Silver medal, Vincent Lowe from Canada. And the gold medal is to Navarro Granado Esteban from Costa Rica. Everybody please stand up for the national anthem of Costa Rica. Congratulations. Round of applause for all the sub-juniors competed today. Now we have ceremony for the juniors. All 83 kilo juniors, please be prepared. Everybody, a round of applause for all the athletes. competed in the 83 kilo juniors.
You want to do that, son? Okay.
83 kilo juniors in the squat event, the bronze medal is to Suleiman Turki from France. The silver medal, Sean Jin from United States. And the gold, Eduardo Mazzucchelli from Italia. Thank you. Bench press, 83 kilo juniors bench press, bronze medal is Andrea Orlandi from Italia. Silver medal is Simon Johnson Mirvold from Norway. And the gold medal, Sean Jin from United States. Thank you. In the deadlift, bronze medal, Sean Jin, United States. Second place silver medal is Nathan Joao from Great Britain. And the gold medal is to Nick Manders from Canada. Thank you. Now 83 kilo juniors in total. Bronze medal is for Nathan Joao from Great Britain. Silver medal, Eduardo Mazzucchelli from Italy. And gold medal, Sean Jin from United States. Everybody, please stand up for the national anthem of United States of America. Congratulations. Round of applause for all the athletes competing today in the 83 kilo juniors division.